Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. So we are at the top of page 6. And we're doing regeneration. So this is regeneration, or you could say re-education of the instinct. So we'll do this protocol, and then we'll go through and do, what's that?
You said regeneration or re-education, and then I could.
Of the instinct, the sexual instinct. Yeah. And so we'll do this protocol, and then we'll go through and do Q&A afterwards. And so here you can use myrrh or opopanax. And what was the other choice I gave? I gave somebody.
I think you said frankincense.
Yeah, frankincense might work. Let's shoot for myrrh or opopanax, though. And how are we doing there?
Oh, yesterday.
Oh, yeah, Mandarin would work. I mean, that is like a B or a C, but it still would work. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Move your awareness to the lungs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Move your awareness to the liver, right-hand side of your body below the ribs. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline, still below the ribs, just slightly off to the right of your midline, below your ribs. down to the kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. And then your spleen, which is the left-hand side below your ribs. Left-hand side below your ribs. Your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. The basic, the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Your basic chakra. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Your awareness is still on your brain. You're taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Let's just let it go for a moment. Just let it go. Just be still for a moment. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your brain. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. Move your awareness to the lungs. Your liver, right-hand side below your ribs. Long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the liver. Move your awareness a little bit more to the midline, slightly off to the right of your midline, below the ribs. Your kidneys, your low back area with your awareness on your kidneys. Your awareness is still on the kidneys. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. Your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And the bottom of your tailbone. And just be still, be aware, just let everything go for a moment. Just let it go. Now, if you remember with what we were talking about yesterday, when we were doing the same segment on regeneration, the pattern was the same yesterday, you know? And so when we were talking about it yesterday, I kind of explained a little bit like how the organs for blood purification are actually tied to instinctive responses. You know, they're not necessarily completely mental, but it turns into mental faculties eventually, because your instinctual responses eventually influence how your mind works, right? And so in this particular process, not only is this about this particular application about instinctive responses, but this whole process is about instinctive responses. So this one application, letter C, regeneration, is incredibly important. This application and the very last one that we'll do are both very, very important for this process. I mean, they all are, but especially this one. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to let this incubate for a little bit. Right? Instead of like taking a break or something, we're going to do Q&A for a little while. And then we're going to come back and we're going to, after this is incubated, we're going to come back through and we're going to do another cycle of it, right? When you let it incubate and you go through and you do another cycle, it takes it much deeper, right? It has a much stronger impact. And so, yes, this is a class, but it's also a group therapy session, right? So when we go through and do this, why talk about it? Let's just get in, do it, and do it, you know, do it well, so you don't have to go later and go, okay, now I'm gonna do what they said, and let's just do it right now, right? So let's open up to sharing experiences for, you know, the whole day, and then Q&A. You can unmute yourself or you can type in and go ahead and fire away. Yeah, Hilda.
When you were talking about how we present ourselves.
Mhm.
A question that came into my mind was the costumes we try on.
Mhm. Yeah,
When are you playing to your innocence? When are you being authentic?
right,
When are you, you know, like trying on a new costume?
right,
When are you being authentic and genuine versus exploring or peacocking?
peacocking,
You
yeah.
know?
So she's saying like when you go through and you're trying on your costumes, and like you could almost call them, like I would say maybe personas, like you're kind of trying on like a different, like today I'm going to be a cowboy, tomorrow I'm going to be an astronaut, you know. It's a joke, but it's not. Like little kids, they kind of play this out a little bit, right? And so it's very common, in fact, like when little kids have gone through traumas, they pretend to be a robot. And the issue is so they don't have to have emotions. I mean, it's actually a common thing with kids that are traumatized. And so you know, her question is, how do you know you're basically kind of being authentic? And sometimes how do you know when you're just like peacocking or just showing off? And I think that's a great question. And I think it kind of goes back to what we were saying yesterday is, what are you identifying with? And here, you know, we're looking at this particular mechanism, but, you know, even deeper, we want to look at, are we coming from a place of genuinely trying to do something? Or are we coming from a place of like, you know, pulling something? And sometimes it's not necessarily that we're like, oh, I'm going to pull the wool over these people's eyes. But sometimes we have wounds or insecurities, and we get a kind of pride that pops up, you know, where we get a little bit of self-inflation, or we get a little bit arrogant, we get a little bit feel entitled. The big one that is a really hard one to deal with is self-pity. I mean, it's one of the harder forms of pride to deal with. And so you know, there's different approaches on how to handle this, and sometimes going directly at it actually can make you more resistant to addressing it, you know. So like in a way, you almost have to kind of go through the back door a little bit. You don't go pounding on the front door. You just kind of gently kind of ease something in where you don't have your defenses up about it. You know, a good example would be, you know, talking about the self-pity issue, right? Uh, part of what can happen there is you can really justify a lot of behaviors, you can justify aggressions, you start to separate your thought process from other people's thought process. And even though they might be thinking the same, but it's different in your mind, you can really, you know, come down on another person when you're doing the same behavior, right? And so to go directly after, like, say, okay, I'm going to do oils or healing or something, and I'm going to go after self-pity, usually makes it worse. I'm speaking from personal experience. It usually makes it worse. And so you actually have to go to, like, why is that happening? Why, you know, basically why. You start going down the thing of why. And so a lot of times, like, this is a perfect example with self-pity, is it's entanglements. It's entanglements of your thoughts, it's entanglements of your emotions, situations of things where you had bad choices or a bad perception, you got entangled in a situation. And really the self-pity is more about the consequences of those entanglements than it is about what is happening in the here and now. It's like this little plan or this strategy, this idea of thinking in a particular way has played out, and then it didn't play out the way that you thought. And the self-pity comes from, my story's not working. My little strategy is not working, right? And so if you're just trying to do a strategy like for work or something where there's not a lot of emotional attachment to it, you do it, it doesn't work, you go, it's not working. I got to do something else. But when it's tied into your like persona, it's like, I'm going to do this, and then that way I'm protected, or that way I'm safe, or that way I get what I want, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is. And then it doesn't work out. It's a little bit devastating because you really had some investment in it, right? It's really hard to let go of. And so with that, you know, you look at the entanglements, and if you think of that idea, like, say you get into a work that is not good job, right? Like, say, you know, I want to be spiritual, but I'm going to be a muscle guy for a loan shark. probably going to be hard to be spiritual when you're always spending every day threatening to break people's legs because they're not, doing this or doing that, right? It might not be a good use of your time and energy if you're wanting to be spiritual, right? So if you did that job for a while, there would be kind of entanglements. And I know it's kind of a silly and extreme thing to say, but sometimes you have to look at it in the extreme to understand the subtle, right? And so if you look at even what is the nature of entanglements, you can see like maybe a circle of friends, a philosophy that, is tied to, I don't know, a predisposed way of how to act in a particular situation. Perfect example is politics. Like everybody, whatever side you're on, just look at the other side, right? That's easy to do, but each side has their struggles, right? And so you can look at it from that point of view. But if you go even deeper, like what happens when those entanglements get threatened? That's when you got to be a little bit honest with yourself. What happens? You cowboy up, you protect them, even though they're causing you a ton of suffering. So a lot of times what that manifests is emotional tension, mental tension, physical tension. There's like a tension, there's a pushback, right? There's a pushback. And so one of the ways to go after something like self-pity is you just start unwinding tension. Tension in the mind, tension in the emotions, tension in the body. And when you start doing that, there starts to be an untangling of these situations that you've gotten entangled with over the last few months, the last few years, decades sometimes. Sometimes they're from childhood, right? You got entangled and you just, instead of pulling yourself out, a lot of times we just double down, right? It's human nature. And so you start unwinding these different kinds of tensions. And as the tension unwinds, the entanglements unwind. The entanglements unwind and something happens where your story falls away. Guess what? You're not as entangled in that story. You don't have the need for the story anymore, right? Because you've disentangled from some of the things that have caused the story in the first place. So then you have a story or a strategy and it didn't work out, and it's just like being at work, like, it didn't work, let's try something different, versus I'm engaged in this story because really it's about the entanglements. So presenting yourself to the world is good. Even if it's wrong, it's still good. And this actually comes from the idea in the indigenous cultures where you look at the four directions and you look at the north, right? The north, the west is all tied to observations, right? You're observing something and then eventually you have to take action, right? You have to take action, right? So you basically have made an observation and then you're applying yourself or you're presenting yourself. Then you have this interaction with the environment, and then you step back and then you go, okay, how did that go? How did that go? So now you're in the east and you go, a little bit of reflection. Some things worked, some things didn't work. I need to recalibrate because I didn't know some things in the beginning. Now I know them. I have a different viewpoint now. I have a different perspective. I have a different viewpoint. So that's what starts happening in the east. And then when you come to the south, you go, I have to let go of something. I have to let something fall away. This isn't serving me anymore. It could be an emotion, it could be a thought process, it could be a piece of your personality, it could be one of your entanglements, right? One of your entanglements. And then you start focusing on what's in front of you, you start having a deeper connection to the divine, and then you start to experience the mystery. Because when you're entangled, mystery is horrifying because it is going to wreak havoc on your story. It's going to wreak havoc on the way you have everything imagined. So what do? You clamp down and you hold everything in place. I'm not going to let that much light in. I'm not going to let much energy move in my body. I'm not going to let this tension go, because then my emotions might come to the surface, or my mind might start thinking differently, right? We get very entangled in the connections or the entanglements. And so as you go through and you unwind this, things can change. But going back to what Hilda said, how do we know when we're being genuine and how do we not? Part of it is by going back and forth and presenting, and then stepping back and reflecting, and then presenting and reflecting, and presenting and reflecting. You keep refining who you are inside, and you keep refining how you present yourself. Because in a way, how you're presenting yourself to the world is never really super accurate. But when you go out and then you come in and you reflect, it gets a little bit more accurate, right? And you go in and then you come back out and it gets a little more accurate. And then you come in and you come out and it gets even more accurate. And then it starts to be like, okay, if I need to be in a spiritual practice, probably need to not be a bouncer for loan shark, or what do you call it? What did I call it? They call it a Shylock, so I don't know what you call it. You know, the muscle man. You're muscle man for a loan shark. I should probably do something else. So in Buddhism, there's these things called the Eightfold Path. You know, right thoughts, right words, right actions, right livelihood. And all of it is not necessarily like you need to do these things to be a good Buddhist. It's just do these things so that you don't get entangled in the lower nature. You do these things so that you don't get entangled and pull yourself away from the light or the Buddha nature or the soul, whatever you want to call it. You're not pulling yourself away from it. You're not pulling yourself into darkness. And let me be clear, when I say darkness, darkness here means ignorance. It just means not aware, not aware of the light, not aware of the divinity within, not aware of the consequences of your actions. And so going back to what Hilda's saying is like, how do we know that we're being genuine? Is like when you apply yourself or present yourself, and then you draw back and you reflect, and then you come forward again, right? You're basically being introverted and then extroverted, introverted, extroverted, introverted, extroverted. Every time, if you're doing it with awareness and consciousness, it becomes more and more refined, right? And then at one point, there is a merging of the inner world and the outer world. The inner world and the outer world become one. So in a way, you're doing this dance until there is that oneness or that union between the inner world and the outer world. There's different ways of trying to approach this, but this is kind of a therapeutic way for Western times, right? If you were sitting and practicing meditation for 6-8 hours a day, there's other ways, but it would be very hard to have a job. It would be very hard to have a family, have relationships, because all your attention would have to be on a particular practice. It's very simple. It's just very, very time consuming, but you can do it in action. And there's something to be said about doing something in action, because, you know, in the West, we think very like symptom oriented, right? And that can be good for some things, but the difficulty with thinking about things in the way of symptoms is we don't let there be depth of what we're looking at unfold. We don't see how if this unfolds over a period of time, what are the consequences? We treat things more like possessions, like, oh, I want good health, I'm gonna stick that on the shelf. I'm gonna be a good Christian, I'm gonna take that Christian thing, I'm gonna stick it on a shelf, and then I'm gonna act like a lunatic over here, but that's justified because it's something else. I'm gonna stick that on the shelf, right? I'm gonna be this, oh, I like that, I'm gonna stick it on the shelf. None of that's being genuine. That is starting to explore something, right? I'm going to explore being Christian. I'm going to explore being successful. I'm going to explore these things, right? I remember many years ago, there was this monk, and for the life of me, I can't remember his name, but somebody asked him, do you think the experiment of Christianity has worked? And the monk said, that's really hard to say. It really hasn't been tried yet. He's being very genuine and very truthful. People have very polarized views of like religion and their everyday life. That's something I visit. That is a possession that I stick on the shelf, right? That is something I do when I choose to. I don't let it come in and destroy my stories. I don't let it destroy my entanglements. Those are mine. Those I get to keep those, and I'll visit this other thing when when I feel called to do it. I don't let it in and just give it all up. I mean, when you think about in Buddhism, they say you're reaching for liberation. Liberation from what? Really, liberation from what? Right? And then in the Christian tradition, you're born again. That implies something has to die. You're being born again. So what exactly is dying? Right? Entanglements. Your little persona, your strategy, your story. Somebody hurt you when you were young. I'm like, I'm going to cram that down. This happened. I'm going to cram that down. I wasn't successful in this area. I'm going to cram that down, and I'm going to make a persona, right? And a lot of times that persona only exists kind of in our head, right? So the act of putting it out there and people like look at it and go, people aren't really responding to this. I need to refine myself. So this back and forth is actually a therapeutic process. Like when they're dancing around the tree in the Sundance in the indigenous cultures. They go 4 days, no food and water. They are they pierce right here, and they are attached to a tree that they don't leave the side of the tree. It's basically the tree of life. And at some point, there is this harmonizing temporarily of the inner world and the outer world. And when it gets close, they do this thing where they dance in and they dance out. They dance in, they dance out. They dance in and they linger. They dance out and they linger, right? And they dance in and they dance out. They keep going back and forth. And then at one point, there reaches a state in their head and boom, they break free, right? But if you try to break free because you in your head go, it's time, or this is the time I want to do it, or I'm kind of tired, and you try to break free, most times from what they tell me, not only does it not happen, but it stretches the skin and it hurts incredibly bad. So the pain of the potential pain keeps them in a place where they're being very genuine because they don't want to have that suffering, right? So it's a little lesson for something big in the world. When you do this back and forth, when you like, I present myself and then I come back, and then I present myself and then I come back, then I present myself and I come back. Really what you're doing is also by presenting yourself in the world, you're reducing the pain that can happen from just being in your head, from being entangled, from being in the stories, from not caring about what's happening for the future or the consequences. And this dance back and forth, where you go, okay, I presented myself in this way. Like my perfect example is I was dressed in a particular way that, looked nice. It was khakis, a white short, had a nice shirt on and everything. And here I am in front of a person doing something really well. And this person who kind of, I don't want to say phoned it in, but they kind of phoned it in. just pray, pray. And people were saying like really complicated questions and difficult situations and just pray. And on one level, yeah, I get it. But at the same time, they were wanting some sort of advice. They were wanting something to be talked out, right? And at that point, I was like, okay, I've presented myself in a particular way. If I want people to take me a little bit more serious in this area, this way, I have to look a little bit more of the part, not for me, but for them, so that I can do what I got to do, right? If nobody's going to listen to me, doesn't matter how good I am or what I have to say, because nobody's listening. So how do I present myself in a way where I can have their attention, even if it's for 10 minutes, even if it's just 10 minutes? Then at least I can relay some information and have a chance, right? And so depending on what you're doing, you make yourself look appropriate. Going back to the CEO, where all he needed was the chance. Like he had the ability, right? He just needed to get in close to the owner. He just needed to get close to the boss. He needed somebody to go, yeah, I think I kind of like you. I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to give you some more responsibility, and you need to perform. He can perform. He just needs the chance or the opportunity to perform. And so a lot of times our difficulties in life or in situations isn't that we're not capable. It's that we didn't get to go. We didn't get the ticket to go into the dance. We just were always on the sidelines. Nobody said, you know what? Let's do this dance. Let's go the back and forth. Let's go the back and forth. And if you develop this ability to do this back and forth, there's not one situation that you can't evolve out of. Some of them might take longer than others, but there's not one situation that you can't evolve out of. You know, for example, when I go and, I haven't done it. I do it a little bit now, but in the old days, I used to do a lot of corporate work. And I'm the weird dude that's showing up and a lot of times causing changes in the company, and nobody knows who I am and I look a little weird. And so, that's already an issue, right? And so I'm not joking. When I would go into their workplace, one of the very first things that I would ask my contact person, I was like, what kind of briefcase do people use in that work site? And they go, why do you care? And I go, I want to like mimic the behavior in them. I'm already a red flag. Let's not make it across the board. Let me at least a little bit look the part of the group. So, I would ask them how they dress, and I was like, I want to know what the briefcase is. So I have like 4 different briefcases. I have a metal one, I have a leather one. I have all these. I have one that goes on the shoulder, and it's all because in different situations, they use different briefcases. I showed up looking a little bit like them so that I could get accepted, right? And then when I said, we got to make these changes, they don't like it, but it was digestible. But if I came in, looking super funky, not like part of them, everybody was like, this guy's an outsider, this guy's this guy's that. No way this is going to happen, right? Had to look the part a little bit. And so in some of these situations, that is what's happening. And if you take it a step further, Christ in the Christian tradition looks the way that he looks, right? He's not a white European male. He's not, right? But when you look at pictures of Christ, he's portrayed as a white European male. Why? Because for the Europeans, it's the way that it gets absorbed, like it's something they can identify with, right? Then this same great being, right? The same great being, when interacting with the Hindu tradition, doesn't look like a white European male. He looks like the paintings and drawings that are out of the Hindu tradition, and goes by a different name, right? Krishna, right? So here we're looking at this being in a particular way. in, he's like, okay, I have to go talk to the Buddhist. Does he go, should I do Christian or should I do Hindu? He's going to do Buddhist, right? So he looks the Buddhist part and he presents himself as Maitreya, right? And so same being, different imagery to fit that culture, right? Why present something where they have to do the brain jump of like, yeah, this Christian guy is actually Maitreya, but he looks Christian, but it's actually Maitreya, right? So one of my early teachers, every time we would see him, he still kind of dresses this way, by the way. He would always wear the certain pants and a certain shirt, a certain color, and it was always the same. And at one point, somebody said, like, why do you dress like that? Is that part of like your spiritual practice? Is this like, you know, part of the temple that you trained in? And he went, no. And like he wasn't thinking much of it. He knew where they were going, but he was just like, no. And he let everybody keep grinding on the questions. And he goes, I dress this way the same every time for you guys. Because if I showed up in different clothes, and one time I was wearing, you know, black shirts for a while, and then I showed up and I was wearing white, and the next time I was showing red, he said, for 20 minutes or 30 minutes of that first hour that we talked, your brain's going to be adjusting to, I look different. And he said, I look the same time and time again. So when I walk in, we get down to business. There's no drama. There's just, it looks the same. Your mind can relax and you can go right into what I'm saying. He goes, I don't care to wear these clothes. He goes, but it's what you identify with. So I wear it because of that. And so if you're in the workplace and you want people to respect you as a boss, you dress as a boss, right? You don't dress like the guy in the mailroom. You know, if you are I think you get the idea. Anyway, I could keep going on and on about this. I just feel like I'm doing repetition now. So maybe another, does that help, Hilda? Yeah. Yeah. You know, at some point, the clothing doesn't matter. It really doesn't, or the presentation, but it's because something's emanating from within. You know, like okay. So the guy that I'm talking about who dressed the part and got the tie, I'll just tell you it was, the boss was Perot, right? Not the guy I worked for, but his boss, his direct boss was Perot. So everybody looked the part. Perot bought his suits at Sears, and when he traveled at the back of the plane on the cheapest seat, and coach, usually a middle seat. And it was why? Because he was always used to being thrifty, and none of that mattered. He was the boss, he had the money, none of it mattered. It did not matter that somebody was accepting him or not, because he was established, let's say. Now, I'm not saying you have to have money and be super successful to that, but at some point, the inner you shines through and the outer makeup stops mattering, right? It stops mattering. I mean, perfect example of that, look at Einstein. When you look at him, he looks like a kind of a hippie sometimes. His hair is all over the place and he's making funny faces, but he's a genius. And so he can kind of do whatever he wants, right? And so because there's something emanating from within. But until you've established your place like that, how you present yourself matters. It does matter. Yeah. Yeah. Another question? Yeah.
So, you know, I study human design, and one of the things that they tell us, or from mine, which is I'm a projector, because people project what they think onto me.
Mhm.
They say to wear something bright, like words across the chest. It confuses people and keeps them from like seeing what they want to see when they look at me.
Mhm.
And I just wondered if that played into anything Mine usually consists of wearing some sort of bling, not words.
Yeah, I mean, it can look any way. I mean, another way, like, so I understand what you're saying. Like another way where people project on you, regardless if you're a projector or not, is have a conversation with somebody and be quiet. Don't really say a whole lot. When they walk away, they were like, that person thinks the same as me. They said this, they said that, they said, you said none of it, but they projected it onto you. And then they walk away because you didn't have a back and forth verbally, right? And so in times where it doesn't matter, you just are quiet about it. But if it matters, then you got to say something and speak up, right? And so in those things, I would say you could do that, or, you know, it depends if you're trying to, if it's a situation where somebody's projecting positive things or negative things. Most times it might be something negative. And so, yeah, you could do something to distract or something to neutralize or something like that. I mean, it's the whole idea with like priests wearing black is it's not a lot to latch onto, and the color itself is like a little bit protective, like it's strengthening to the body. Like darker colors are more strengthening to the body, right? And so I would do like dark colors, strong colors, just for strengthening the body if that's your struggle.
Well, I know
It
that
doesn't have to be black, but it could be like, you know, dark blue and this and that, and, you know, just something of that nature.
when I was younger, I would dress more provocatively, which led to lots of projections and that
Yeah.
sort of things.
Yeah.
For years, work, I wore overalls.
Right.
Just being on a construction site with the bib over my chest
Right.
was something like the right thing to do.
Right. Right.
Mhm.
Right. So there's a student here who's, what would you call yourself? Like a contractor or, you know, something like that. So in an industry that is usually dominated by males, right? And so she said, like in the workplace, and I mean, she's in there working with the rest of them. She's not standing back and just pointing fingers. She's in there getting her hands dirty, probably more so than even the staff. And so she said in the workplace, like dressing like a woman or even partially like a woman probably would bring disrespect maybe, or attitude. Yeah, okay. It would bring something, right? So she would wear overalls that covered up her chest and just made her look kind of boyish, so that when she was in there, what's that? Right. Her exact words were no crevices. And so it made people interact with her, deal with her in a different way, right? Yes.
There's a great show business story about Liberace and Elvis. Elvis first came to Las Vegas to perform, and he was wearing a jacket and a shirt and looked nice and everything. And Liberace went up to him and said, "Look, kid, you want to get somewhere, people got to notice you."
Right.
And so
You got
he ended
peacock.
up wearing these jumpsuits,
Mhm.
which now are like iconic
Right.
images of Elvis. As soon as you see one, that's what you think of.
Right. So I don't know, should I repeat it for them? I don't know if they could hear it. Yeah, so he's saying like in show business, like back in the day, Elvis was starting to go to Las Vegas, and he was just dressed in like a nice shirt, nice pants, and you know, was getting attention, but not tons of attention. And the artist Liberace, you know, who was like, how would you describe him?
Flamboyant.
Very flamboyant in his dress. And he pulled Elvis aside, and, you know, he just said, like, look, if you want to make it in this industry, you want to make it in Vegas, you got to go a little bit over the top. You got to be a little bit more flamboyant. And so in a little bit of time, Elvis switched over to like the outfits, the jumpsuits with the rhinestones and all of that on it. That when you think of Elvis, you think of him in those costumes a lot of times. And that was all, you know, to play the role of being up on stage. And if you see people up on stage, I mean, sometimes they're just just normal, but like the bigger acts, they usually have some sort of costume for the performance, you know. It creates an atmosphere. And even if you look at ceremony, you go to a church, the priest doesn't walk up to the altar in a pair of Levi's and a t-shirt or a button-up shirt. He puts on a robe and he puts on, you know, his you know, beads or cross or whatever it is. You know, he might even have like a hat or something, everything set up in a particular way. Like the situation has a persona or an ambiance to it. You know, you're creating a space for something to happen. All that stuff is not what brings down the energy. It's the person bringing down the energy, but still you have to put yourself in the right space. So in old times when they would do like magic or ceremony, they would wear a clothing that was conducive for the practice. You can do the ceremony without it, but most times people's minds couldn't go there because they're stuck in that everyday mind. So you have to help the transition of like, look, I'm successful, I dress the part. I'm spiritual, I dress the part. I'm a hard worker, I dress the part. I'm, you know, I'm whatever it is, I dress the part, right? So.
Done the same for a long time. I mean, I was raised being super conscious about, you know, appearances and other people's perceptions. And it's a defense mechanism for myself, and it's a way to like self-inflate. And I always like the Dolly Parton quote, "It costs a lot to look this cheap." And, you know, notice that if I can, you know, mostly in social situations, if I can get in there and, you know, put off an impression, get people's expectations of me really low, then I don't have to do much. If I just do a little good, then I blow their mind and seem like a superstar. Get this.
That's still an approach. Like, you know, it's a little bit disarming, like you said, like you disarm them a little bit by downplaying your dress and then come in and, you know, it's that old, there's like an old sales thing, under promise, over produce, like, or over deliver, right? And so you do that, you've won that person usually forever because, you know, the expectation was so much and you did way more, right? And so that also shows that you're not thinking about the one situation, you're thinking of the relationship, long period of time. Like you're thinking of it in terms of relationships, which is a smarter way of doing business. Right? So let's maybe try, you know.
Go ahead, Laura, then Dorothy.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. My question is incredibly mundane after that teaching.
You're always happy.
I've been searching I have so many oils, and I've struggled with this particular one. I just found frankincense, which I know is not the best, but I was using 3 wise men the first round. Does that have myrrh in it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, that
Okay.
actually would have been a choice. Yeah, I just didn't think of it.
Well, sorry, because that was a real basic question, but thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Great class.
Good. I'm glad you're enjoying.
Thank you. Bye.
Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
I just saw Elvis, the movie, twice, and it's an awesome movie, and it's all about what you just said, presenting to the public. And Elvis was so outrageous in his movements, the public, you know, had a problem with part of the public had a problem with that. Anyway, he was always changing.
But everybody was talking about him, regardless if it was good or bad. He had everybody's attention.
Yeah, it was an awesome movie. I thought. Anyway, and the other thing I wanted to ask you, I saw something when we were at war in Afghanistan. I saw on the TV this picture of a school for grade school kids, and they were learning their whatever the religious things they were supposed to learn, and they were moving back and forth back and forth as they were saying that. And I was wondering, they were all doing it. And it just, what you were saying about the tree and in and out and all, I just wondered if you had any comment on that.
I don't know about that particular situation, but there's some basic mechanics. There's some basic mechanics that you're looking at. And so like, let me take it back to like using some tools rather than like this, because like like the translation could get lost, but it's the same idea. So when I explain this, it's the same idea. So basically we have these mechanisms, and even in our energy body, the mechanism is the forehead, right? But we have some things in our brain that are about physicalizing things. Now, if you're identifying with something spiritual, part of what happens is you're identifying spiritual energy into the body. If you're identifying with trauma, then the thing that gets identified, like if you're thinking it repetitively, it physicalizes that into the body, right? If you're thinking stress, it takes that and it physicalizes the stress in the body. So on the negative side, it is what you would call the psychosomatic response. The flip side of that, the positive side of that, which is the same thing, it's just when it's more spiritual energy, it's what they would say in the Christian tradition as the word being made flesh, right? So something's always going to be physicalizing. It's like, what are we going to physicalize? Are we going to physicalize our stress, our insecurity, our negative thinking, our hurt feelings? Are we going to physicalize that into the body with our repetitive thinking, or are we going to take something positive, something spiritual or light, and physicalize that? Now, what happens is over a period of time is we kind of educate the nervous system to keep doing something in a particular way. And it's tied to something called the writing reflex, right? Even the thing that I was talking about, the tree, this is tied to something known as the writing reflex. And the writing reflex is actually a neurological law. And what it means is, like, once your nervous system is firing down like these pathways, like when your nervous system is working like fresh out of the factory, it's firing down a particular pathway. Then life happens, right? And you have to make an adjustment. 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 You know, even if my shoulder's up, my head adjusts to keep my eyes horizontal. So everything had to adjust to keep my eyes horizontal, right? And so after a while, that just becomes what I do, right? And so the writing reflex simply means that when something fires down a particular neural pathway, every time it fires down that pathway, it gets a little bit easier and a little bit easier and a little bit easier. And so over a period of time, something that maybe was just a trauma, that if we don't unwind it, we don't reset the nervous system, part of what happens is it starts firing down this pathway, and then it just becomes the new norm. So the issue with the psychosomatic response, or the word being made flesh, is your pathway, because of conditioning, because the things that have happened to you in your life, keeps being what is being physicalized. It keeps being what is being physicalized. It keeps being what's being physicalized. Then over a period of time, how do you unwind it? How do you re-educate it, right? How do you make this your ally rather than something that's causing you suffering, right? So one way is, well, it's just different versions of the same thing. Basically, like anytime you have a higher degree of oneness, right? You are stimulating the blue pearl mixed with movement, any sort of movement, right? As soon as you do that, you are actually beginning to change that psychosomatic response into the word being made flesh. Now, like in the Tibetan tradition, like the prayer wheel, like you're sitting and you're moving the prayer wheel, and it has Om Mani Padme Hum on it, right? So Om Mani Padme Hum means the jewel and the blossoming lotus, right? Which is literally the blue pearl or the inner eye, whatever you'd like to call it, right? So your awareness is on the blue pearl as you're moving this. And so you're literally having awareness on the blue pearl, which is how you process information from the higher soul as you're doing movement, right? As you're doing movement, just that act starts to drastically change your nervous system. So another version of that is the Tibetan bowls. You know, you sit and you play the bowl, it feels nice. You have activation and everything. The deeper practice is, one is you do the bowl with the awareness on the back heart, right? Because that stimulates your ability to transmute things. And then even deeper is you're doing the sound with your awareness on the blue pearl. And the act is the movement itself. The sound keeps taking you deeper so that the blue pearl keeps activating to a higher degree, but the key is the movement, right? The movement. And so in these ceremonies where we're talking about like the Sundance, like they go up, they go close, and that moment of inspiration is when a significant amount of soul energy comes down, they feel inspired, and they actually literally feel no pain. It just plops free and it just kind of floats away, right? And even people who are athletes have the same thing. You've heard that term, the runner's high. You know, they're running, and then all of a sudden everything goes silent and their body is like floating. And if you look around, that's usually when they're doing something like beyond human. And to them, it's just like floating, right? Like a butterfly. And so any time where you have an increase of spiritual energy coming in mixed with movement, you're actually physicalizing that energy. And so the teacher that I exposed some of you to, Imaho, like he does a ceremony where you are dancing. You know, you're basically just moving your legs. You know, you're moving your legs, and he's doing a ceremony. And in that state, he makes these special candles that it's not one wick. He makes these big giant fat candles that has 7 wicks in them, so he can get the flame really big. And as he's dancing, he puts his hands in the flames. The flames completely go over his hands, and then he's just like la 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 la. But basically, he is transmuting the potential for the pain by mechanisms in his body. He's literally re-educating his energy body and his nervous system every time he puts his hands in the flame. Don't stick your hands in the flame, by the way. But the idea is you're re-educating the nervous system to take that soul energy and to physicalize it. So this is shown in the Hindu tradition where Krishna and Rama, they're blue, right? Because it's the blue pearl, it's the blue has physicalized in the body. Now, on the flip side of that, you can use muscle memory to condition people and make people do what you want, and you can also control and manipulate them, you know? And so I don't know what they were doing, but it goes both ways, you know? It goes both ways. You can physicalize something good, you can physicalize something bad. And so, you know, when it comes to starting to do those kinds of things, I'd say stick to something spiritual. Don't do things that you think, oh, this would be really neat, because once it's in the nervous system, it's really hard to get it out. It's really hard. That's why, like, sometimes when well, I don't want to plant any seeds. Let's not talk about that. I was going to say something like about like the negative way that things that happen, but I don't even want to put that in your brain. So let's yeah. But that's the idea of it, right? Is movement with spiritual contact. You know, it doesn't mean if you don't have spiritual contact and you're walking around, it's sometimes things are just normal. It's usually strong emotions, super strong repetitive thoughts, or strong spiritual connection. Everything in between, don't worry about. Everything in between, you're doing the dance of I present myself, I come back. I present myself, I come back. I present myself, I reflect, right? But when the emotions are strong, when the mind is strong or repetitive, good or bad, that's when it physicalizes. I mean, a perfect example of this is partners, two partners. When they're being intimate with each other, there's movement, there's love, hopefully there's love, right? And the more that that happens, the more that becomes a spiritual connection, and that energy or that relationship actually stimulates spiritual growth rather than this is just the person I'm with. You know, it becomes a union.
Uh, You called it the writing something.
Right, like left and right, the writing reflex.
Oh, I was thinking writing like you write, but that is a movement. And what do you think about them not teaching longhand anymore? It seems really strange to me because I think neurologically that was valuable to us.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't know. Like,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Just wondered.
yeah. People
Okay.
don't write. People don't write that much anymore.
I know
mean,
they
I
don't.
yeah, I kind of understand why. So, yeah.
Okay.
Someone had to share right after this process. They said, I have so much anger at myself at this moment.
Okay. Let's just deal with this in real time. Sit with the anger, like allow yourself to like, okay, this is the way I feel. This is what's going on. And as you do it, put your awareness on your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Keep your awareness on the back heart and silently just affirm, I am evolving. Evolution implies time, process, and mistakes. Your awareness is still on your back heart. I am evolving. Evolution implies time, a process, and mistakes. It takes time to evolve. Evolution is a process. Having successes and making mistakes is part of this process. Keep sitting with it. Move your awareness to your front heart, the center of your chest. Again, I'm evolving. Evolution implies time, process, and mistakes. Move your awareness back to the back heart again. How are you feeling? How's that person feeling?
You can just type in, you don't
Yeah,
have to.
yeah, you don't have to say, just type it and let us know. I mean, you can unmute if you want, but type in as well.
They just said, I'll keep doing that process. Thank you.
Is it about a particular issue or you just have anger coming up?
Lots and lots of stuff around so very much.
Okay. Keep us posted, okay?
What do you mean by entanglements in regards to self-pity?
Um, You want me to do that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, do the whole talk again. Just kidding.
No.
I'll ask if they got clarity.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, think of the whole talk. Don't think of just an individual piece. Like, don't just focus, because it basically would just be doing the whole talk over again. Yes.
So I have a friend that, when I first met her, she wore everything unmatched. Like she purposely put on different socks.
Yeah.
Her,
Yeah.
everything stripes and spot, and
Right.
And what I figured out was she was very much invested in being avant-garde and keeping
Mhm.
people out.
Sure.
And was protective.
Yeah.
Would that be entanglement?
Yeah,
Or is there entanglement with that story?
So she's saying she had a friend that like dressed chaotically, like you could say artistically avant-garde, but like different colored socks, colors that don't match, but like on purpose. And you could say a couple of things. You could say that it's a protective mechanism, but it's also most likely it's a protective mechanism, but it would be also people not taking her serious or wanting or expecting very much of her. So there could be some insecurities that are wrapped up into it, but the entanglement would be that, maybe she was criticized a lot when she was young, or there was some traumatic event where she got judged quite harshly. And she was like, okay, if I got judged quite harshly, then I'm going to go over the top and do something where it's so out of the box that you're going to judge me, and I'm in a place where it doesn't matter to me because I'm on purpose like doing things that would be judged badly. And so when you judge me badly, it's because of that, not because of who I am. You know what I mean? Like it starts to be that kind of a thing. And going back to the person who asked about entanglements, like that would be an example of an entanglement, wrapped up into this presentation to compensate for, at some point I got judged really, really harshly. Right. I don't know if that helped. But
They never responded, but another person said, I've been having a lot of anger come up today too. And so I'm also feeling it not subsiding much.
what's it about though?
Relating. Partnership.
Relating a partnership. Yeah. So you're just processing things about like the partner or the failure of what happened with your partner, or is it just partners in general?
Both.
About the partner, I would go back to yesterday, like do the stuff with the lower emotional work. That's, you're dealing with something that's happened. But the potential is you're also, going back to what we're doing today, you're putting yourself out there, even when it comes to a partner. What kind of partner do I want? Do I want, like, if you're a woman and you're looking for a guy, or it doesn't matter, but like guy, girl, whatever, like you're attracting. Do you want to be with a bum? You want to be with somebody you have to take care of all the time? You want somebody who's a partner, who, you kind of co-create in a situation? Do you want somebody, basically, what is it that you're looking? And it doesn't mean you have to go out and dress a particular part, but if you're looking for somebody who maybe can take care of themselves and is responsible, You don't go hang out in bars with guys that can't hold down a job and then expect that you're going to meet somebody there that's going to meet your parameters that you're trying to pull together. And so like in that particular situation, it's like you put yourself in the situation that's going to attract, or you look and behave in a particular way that's going to attract the things that you're wanting to do. Like you know, a lot of times if you correct a behavior, it will fix the thinking and it will fix the emotions, right? You're just like, okay, I'm what's that old saying, fake it till you make it. It's not the greatest way of saying it, but like sometimes it's like, okay, I'm going to get up and just be normal today. You know, this is like when I was working with trauma patients that, like, you know, from the shootings and bombings and everything. I mean, their lives were devastated. And at one point I just said, like, you know, we've been doing therapy for a while. And I was like, I think you just need to have like a normal day. Like get up, go to the grocery store, because like even going to the grocery store, you know, they were in public when something happened. And so even going to the grocery store is actually a very difficult thing. Go talk to a few of your friends like at a coffee shop, you know, do some normal things. And they would get one under their belt. And then I was like, okay, take a day off. And then the day after tomorrow, you're going to do it again. Right. And then we'd shoot for like 2 or 3 times a week. And then it was, okay, we're going to do it Monday through Friday. And then it was like, okay, every day you have to do something. And what happened is over a period of time, they would start breaking out of the trauma reactions and they would get back to the normal everyday behavior and they would start to find themselves again. But without the behavior, they were constantly keep looking like, I got to make all of this go away before I can go out and start interacting. And that's probably never going to happen, right? It's looks great on paper, but it's probably not going to happen. So you have to start going out and like, okay, gotta shake this off, right? I used to have this this saying that in therapy, lightning usually doesn't strike the same place twice. And doesn't mean that trauma can't happen again. And it doesn't mean that something bad couldn't happen again. But a lot of times when something bad's happened, we're afraid that the exact same thing or something very similar is going to happen again. And sometimes you just got to shake it off. Now, I will say this, the opposite is also true. Sometimes you do something amazing, right? You do something amazing. And then there's the expectation of like, yeah, this is going to happen all the time. And sometimes it happens once, maybe twice, and then it's done. So you let it come in, you let it do what it's going to do, you let it reinforce some positive things in you, and then you also have to let that go. Because if you keep holding on to it, you keep trying to recreate that amazing thing, that also causes suffering, you know. And I go back to that story that I have told so many times that I'm sure most of you are quite bored of it, but it's that one guy that I used to treat that was a golfer. And he was a retired military guy. And him and his buddies would get together on Wednesday. They would play for $10 a hole. Whoever won got the $10, and at the end of the day, whoever won the most holes bought the beer at the end of the day. Right? They would go all have a drink. And so, you know, guys being guys, they would tease each other quite. You could say harshly. I would say probably brutally. Like they would brutally tease each other. But you know, it's out of friendship. And this guy didn't have a spiritual bone in his body. Like he thought I was just a nut job. The only reason he was coming to me was his wife made him, right? I had, you know, several of those where, you know, the partner made him, right? And so, you know, after a few times, he was like, yeah, I think you're pretty weird, but I kind of like you. We have good conversations, and we would just have these conversations. And so one time he's telling me the story of him and his buddies playing golf. And he was a very observant man. Like he wasn't a spiritual guy, but he watched human nature quite a bit. And so he would always have these very insightful observations. So one day he's telling me about him and his buddies playing golf. And he said his buddy hit this like amazing shot, like amazing shot. And, you know, it wasn't a hole in one, but it was like close. And he goes, he made this really interesting comment. He goes, as soon as I saw him hit that shot and how good it was and everything, he goes, I had him. I had him. And I was like, what do you mean by that? He goes, I told him he's amazing. I told him like that was probably the best shot I've ever seen, even by professionals, that he should go on the professional senior tour. Like he goes, I just laid it on thick about how amazing it was. He goes, he couldn't hit the ball straight after that because he goes, he kept trying to hit that shot again. And so like I let 3 or 4 like holes go by, and then I was like, you know, even a broken clock is right twice a day, and you know, yada. I mean, he just put it into him. He goes, as soon as he made that great shot, he goes, I had him. And I was like, first off, diabolical and kind of weird, stay away from me. But it just shows that like, even when you have something positive happen, you try so hard to recreate it that you end up causing a significant amount of suffering, other than just being able to let it go and then just do the back and forth, the back and forth, the back and forth. Hey, something good happened. Great. But now back and forth, back and forth. Enjoy it for a moment, but then back and forth, back and forth. And so the entanglements can even be positive things. They can be negative things. They're just entanglements. You know, it's a little bit more involved than an attachment. Attachment is usually just to a thing or a situation. This can be a whole dynamic situation. Yeah.
Someone shared the process Greg just did for the anger is very helpful. It helps soothe my feelings of being overwhelmed with this weekend's work.
Yeah. And you notice, like, here's the thing, like when I sat down and I was writing this class, it is very intense. And you notice there's not like a ton of processes. Usually when we go through, we fire through the processes. Part of it is because we're going deep, but also it's already intense. If I doubled down on some of the things we're doing, it would be intense. It would be really super intense. So here we go with this situation, back and forth, back and forth. We do it a little bit, and then we stand back and we'll do a little bit more, a little bit deeper another day. We don't go all 100%. We go a little bit and then back, a little bit and then back, a little bit, because you got to be able to digest it. You got to be able to assimilate it. You got to be able to reflect on it and not just be incredibly overwhelmed by it. So you go back, forward, you know, same idea. It's simply the play of inner world, outer world, yin yang, however you want to say it. It's just this back and forth. It's the creative process.
I have a question.
Yeah, fire away.
I finally come to a realization about something. Suppressing of an emotion to the point of stoicness, non-feeling, where you only realize it in a dream while you're sleeping, and with lots of rest, and in the dream you are not clammed up, and you can feel love, or you can feel the emotion very strongly like you used to when you were a youth. But in life, you can't feel it like the dream due to a trauma that has happened that causes you to shut down. What would that be?
Yeah, I mean, you just kind of described like kind of a traumatic event. So he was kind of talking about like being able to experience like happiness and joy and love like in dream time, but in the normal everyday world, it's just too much of the sensory mind, too much of the everyday thinking. And so even the idea of holding something in the heart, it causes a little bit of expansion, or you sit and you chant, that can cause expansion. Even just being aware and having reflection where you're not focused, you're just like, I'm aware of the room, I'm aware of the temperature, I'm aware of the lighting, I'm aware of the sounds, I'm aware, you know, as you're practicing awareness, it's actually activating the forehead and making you less focused. And as you become less focused and you have more awareness, because those two balance each other, you're allowing yourself, your mind, to shift out of the sensory thinking into more of the intuitive thinking or the intuitive mind, which is what happens in your sleep time. And so just by practicing awareness, like you just go, okay, I notice there's lots of cups on the tables. I notice, and it's not that you're judging anything. It's just like, I'm aware of this. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of this. I'm aware of my body. I'm aware of my posture. I'm aware of my breath. That's a really strong one. There is a practice that all you do is you put your awareness on the tip of your nose and you just practice awareness on your breath. You're not trying to control your breath. You're just watching your breath, and sometimes it's long and deep, and sometimes it's shallow. Sometimes it's only the left nostril. Sometimes it's only the right nostril. Sometimes it's this way. Sometimes I take 4 or 5 long, slow, deep breaths, and then I hardly breathe at all. Like all you're doing is just keeping your awareness on the breath and watching how transient it is. It fluctuates constantly. And at some point there is a level of awareness that is beyond like normal, everyday, even intuitive thinking. It's kind of what happens like when you're sleeping. Yeah. The tip of the nose is to anchor the mind, by the way, to anchor it, to keep it from moving around. Because if you notice, like when you try to practice awareness, I call this the German Shepherd meditation. Like, okay, I'm going to be still, squirrel. Another squirrel, oh, bird. Like you can't keep your mind still, right? So by putting your awareness on the tip of the nose, it makes the mind stay still and keeps it from bouncing around as you can sit and just be aware of the breath.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Is it cheating to actually like keep it, keep touching your nose so that you know?
Just pinch it, and then let the sensation be there for a while. And then after that, it's more about just keeping your body real still and letting, we think we're good. Okay, so normally I would say it's break time, but we're going to do one more cycle of this protocol. Okay. So just a heads up, like myrrh and opopanax are 2 oils that help to physicalize spiritual energy into the body. So talking about what we're talking about, part of what you're doing right here is you're helping to physicalize spiritual energy into the instinctive mechanism. Instinctive mechanism. Yeah. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Can we reach out to that person and see if they're okay at that point? The one that it doesn't have to be right now, but like maybe after. I'll make sure they're okay. It helps me to tailor it to them. Like so when I explain. Your awareness is on your lungs. the liver, move your awareness a little bit more to the right. Or excuse me, move it more towards the center, slightly off to the right. That's more appropriate way of saying it. Still below your ribs. Slightly off to the right of the midline, below your ribs. Your kidney, the spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. The navel, an inch and a half below your navel. The bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. Just be still. Be still, be aware, just let everything go. Okay, I want to go back to the question that somebody had just a few minutes ago where they said, what about, what they say, what is entanglements? Like, so, sometimes when I give an example and there's, or give an explanation with a lot of example, different brains process it in different ways. And so sometimes the examples can actually be a little bit confusing. So let's do this. Let's boil it down what it is mechanically, right? Let's just look at it for what it is. Think of it like this. An entanglement is, you could call it not an attachment, but a series of attachments of a situation, a philosophy, a person, a place, a thing, whatever it is. But it basically is something that pulls you from the light or doesn't allow you to move to the light. And regardless of the situation, this does not have to be like a spiritual thing. You could look at it from a business point of view, right? You could look at this purely as business. Light equals evolution and progress, right? Evolution and progress. So something that doesn't allow you to evolve or doesn't allow for the progress of life, that is an entanglement.
Drug use and entanglement.
What's that?
Drug use and entanglement.
Yeah, drug use would be an entanglement. Like for me, you guys have heard my story, so I'm still gonna go like in my youth. My teens and 20s, if I was doing a task for somebody else, I rocked it. Like, I mean, I could nail it. But when it came to me, I couldn't do anything right. Like, I mean, the harder I tried, the worse it got. And then at one point, I just had this like big aha moment. Like, I'm surrounded by people who take pleasure in knocking my feet out from under me. So no wonder I can't get anything done because, you're excited, you share something with a friend and they either give you really bad advice because it amuses them, or if you have a good idea, they tell you all the reasons why it's not going to work and they try to knock your feet out from under you. And so, and I was like, no, they're my friends. Like, why would they do that? And I started looking at each one of these friends and I was like, if they're my friends, why do they treat me like this? Why do they treat me like that? Why would they do this? Why would they do that? And I had this like a couple of weeks where I was just going, I'm not sure my friends are my friends. I don't know what to think about this. Like it was really, it just felt like I was almost like a little bit mentally ill because I was having like a break from everything that I thought and knew, right? And then there was just this one day that I was like, I don't feel like any of my friends are my friends. So I basically, in a polite way, broke up with everybody. Not that we were like in a thing, but I was just like, I don't want to be your friend anymore. Don't call me, don't do whatever, lose my number. Like no more interaction. I don't hate you, I don't whatever. Whatever this is, I'm done, right? And lo and behold, all of a sudden, when I would do stuff for myself, I started having successes almost immediately. And I was like, my entanglement was the people that I had around me. My entanglement was this idea of friends who constantly, time and time again, proved to me that they weren't my friend. They weren't nice, they weren't supportive, or at the very least, kept their nose out of my business to not like undermine it. They took pleasure in doing something negative. But we're all hanging out, we're laughing, we're joking, whatever. And really, they weren't my friend. So as soon as I got rid of them, everything went smooth. Everything started flowing. There was progress in whatever I did, and everything started evolving, including me. I started growing as a person significantly when I cleared house. And I'm not telling you to do that. I'm telling you that was my struggle. Like that was my struggle on steroids. Like there was just every guy friend that I had around me was a little bit of a jackass, just bottom line. So I got rid of them all. And everything started flowing. So that would be an entanglement, an example of an entanglement. Yeah. So it could be your spiritual practice, but light means equals evolution. It's part of the creative process. So it basically means essence, right? You're allowing for essence to come in and help the situation evolve, help evolve the life, the body, the personality, whatever it is. This back and forth is an evolutionary process. So if you're in a situation where you go, I'm having the realization that maybe I'm in a relationship that's not good for me. Doesn't mean you don't try to work it out, but if the person's not going to work it out, it might be time to say, I'm not out of hatred, not out of anger. I'm simply going to step away from this because I'm done. Not because of some emotional outburst. I'm just kind of done, Yeah. So I don't know if that helps that person. If I need to explain it a different way, I can. I just have to think about it for a minute. So reach out to that person, see if that helped. Yeah, I hope that helped. If it doesn't, our brains all process things very differently. So we'll come up with a way. So let's do this. Let's take a break. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 3:40 and we'll do the next phase, number D. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. We're now going to go through and do purification. And again, cassia is not necessarily a purifying oil, but it helps with integration and it helps with activation of the heart. And so basically this is purifying through kind of an emotional transmutation process. Okay, so we're going to use cassia. If you don't have that, cinnamon would also work. Tamala would work. If you needed to, you could use abra melon, the blend abra melon. Oh, don't put it on the skin. Yeah, don't put it on the skin. Yeah. It's like it's a form of cinnamon. It would be a little irritating to the skin.
And that goes for everyone.
Yeah, so cinnamon and cassia don't put directly on the skin unless it's got a carrier oil of some sort. Okay, so let's go ahead and have you begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Long, slow, deep breath with your awareness on the soles of your feet.
We're using cassia.
Yeah.
Melon was just like maybe a C choice.
Yeah.
The other subs are tamala, cinnamon, and you can use the bark or the leaf.
Yeah.
But again, your A choice is cassia.
Some form of time. If they don't have that, maybe even just margarine. Your awareness is on your low back, opposite the navel, your low back area, known as the Ming Men.
Not purification, guys.
Yeah, not the blend, no. the back heart. The area between your shoulder blades, the back heart. And the crown, the top of the head. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. Your low back area opposite the navel. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're inhaling the cassia or whatever you're using. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. And the crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet, the same oil. The low back area, opposite the navel. The back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. The crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Just be still. Let's go to the next application. This is to help fortify this response or to like strengthen it. And here we're using calumnus. This is a hard one. There's not a lot of substitutes, but we are posting a substitute or two in the chat.
If you didn't have this, which one would you use?
It's a tough one. Frankincense would probably be okay, but it would be like a B choice, like, you know. Calamus is really good for this. It's interesting, the calamus helps to reduce, it's strengthening and fortifying, but it's also, it helps to reduce the fear response. Yeah. I don't think so. Yeah. I mean, you could use hyssop. They don't have frankincense hyssop.
Yesterday you said pepper.
For this,
Pepper? for
Pepper?
voice?
it would probably be more of a like a C,
Okay.
low C choice. Yeah. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the basic chakra at the bottom of the tailbone. Your front solar plexus. That's the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The area between your eyebrows. And your crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Your front solar plexus. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. The area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. You're taking a long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. And just be still. Just let it incubate. 2 seconds. Maybe one more. Let's do it again. One more time. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the basic chakra, the bottom of the tailbone. The front solar plexus, the upper abdomen, just below your ribs. The area between your eyebrows, the ajna. And your crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Now we're going to the next application, which is allostasis. Basically stimulating the process to have change in this particular mechanism. You're helping to allow change to happen in this mechanism for it to grow, to evolve, to adapt. So with that, either allos or palo santo, which I think we all have, yeah. Does everybody have that on? Mhm. 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 Okay. So you're going to begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the sex chakra. Awareness is on the front heart. Your throat, your awareness is on your throat. Your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still, be aware. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. You're taking long, slow, deep breath. Front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. Front heart. Your throat, center of your throat. And the crown. Your awareness is on your crown, the top of your head. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your crown. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Just be still. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. The front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. Your awareness is on your throat. And your crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just completely let go. Let go of everything. You can set the bottle down. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Okay, we're going to take a little break and then we're going to come back and do the last application and then we'll do Q&A after that. So let's come back at a quarter till. Quarter till. Okay, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. We're going to be doing our last little application and then we'll do a little Q&A afterwards. But I hope you're having a good session today and we'll go from there. So the primary blend that we use here would be Abramelin. And then a single oil would be cinnamon, but Abramelin would be what you're looking for. And Abramelin is like cinnamon, cassia, myrrh, calamus, and it's based on actually an old anointing formula. It's what they used to burn in the Jewish tradition at the tabernacle. And the reason that they would burn it is that it helps to physicalize blessings, right? It helps to physicalize blessings. And so it's been used through the ages to do anything that's kind of ceremonial in the Christian / Jewish traditions. And so it gets, versions of this get used even in like some Japanese incenses and things, some Tibetan incenses. Not quite the same formula, but the same idea. And so you could say physicalizing blessings, right? That's one way of saying it. But also, what does that even mean? Physicalizing blessings, right? So divine energy coming down, it helps to physicalize it, not just into your body, but into the surroundings. Now, if you take that a step further, what that's doing is, remember what we were talking at the beginning of the day, where we're talking about that this is tied to the foundation to the physical world, is when you think something repetitively and when you feel something intensely, it begins to attract energy from the environment and brings it into form. It physicalizes it, right? And so part of what's happening here is when you are physicalizing blessings, you're starting to physicalize the blessing or the light that's coming in into the nature spirits and the elementals in the environment. Right? So they say King David used to burn this formula, this blend of herbs, used to burn it in his tent 24/7. And so the reason being that when you are trying to get things done, right? When you're trying to get things done, not only is it you making an effort, you know, we try to like go, oh, we should network. We should have people who we interact with that are of like mind or help us to help facilitate, get things done. Yes, that is one level. On an even more energetic level, for you to get things done, you have to be able to attract the energies from the environment to physicalize the project. Think about it. Don't you know somebody who they have really good ideas, but they never take action, they never manifest? They might be good at thinking it, but they're not good at attracting the energies from the environment to bring it into form. And then you know somebody who they're kind of not that bright. They might not have it together, but boy, you give them a project and boom, they get it done. They're good at attracting the help from the environment, right? And so there's this saying in the Philippines that like when they see somebody who's doing really super well, they'll go, oh, that person's doing really well. They have their own dwarf, right? It's just it's a little like kind of cliche saying. And it's just like, but it's showing the idea that that person has the ability to attract energies from the environment to get things done. So the idea of dwarves, like even in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, it's tied to nature spirits. It's tied to the physical form, right? And so let's set that aside for a moment. Let's just completely set everything that I just said, just go, yeah, that's interesting. Stick it on the shelf, right? So let's take a step back and look at it from a completely different point of view, right? Now, in the Hindu tradition, they have this thing called the cities, right? Not city, but like SIDDHAS, cities, right? And basically it means like ability or like abilities or like powers, right? And so different people have these potential cities within them, and as they spiritually grow and evolve, all of a sudden there are certain abilities or powers that they bring forth, right? Some of them are universal, and some of them are sometimes can be very specific to a particular person as they spiritually grow and evolve. One that is kind of universal is that when the heart and the crown mix, for one, what's happening is the crown is the entry point of divine energy. It is also associated with the higher soul. The crown, the forehead, the ajna are all associated with the higher soul. The throat, right, would be considered the void or the abyss, which is between the higher soul and the incarnated soul. So this is beginning of the higher soul in the form, right? From the heart down, is associated with the incarnated soul. So when you mix the heart and the crown, right? So the heart being love for the people around you, like, human love, the crown being unconditional love. So you're starting to have deeper and greater levels of unconditional love, you could say, right? Then you could say, okay, the crown and the heart, as they begin to mix, you're crossing this bridge, right? You're crossing this void, you're crossing this bridge, you're mixing the energy of the incarnated soul and the higher soul, right? You're mixing the energy of the incarnated soul and the higher soul, right? Now, going back to the thing in the Hindu tradition, where the cities, right? How do you bring about and how do you develop the potential for a city, right? A lot of times it's the mixing of 2 or sometimes 3 or more of the energy centers or the chakras, right? As you mix, each one is developing on their own, and then pretty soon there's this kind of combination that happens where it kind of mixes and they become like one functioning unit, right? As the heart and the crown become one functioning unit, there's an aspect of the higher soul that is always present within the form. So on one level, you can say that. On a deeper level, you could say that is the beginning or the development of a particular city, right? A particular city, right? And so you could say this is tied to loving kindness. You could say all kinds of things, right? And so if you just look at it mechanically, you're transmuting something. You're transmuting some of your lower nature, connecting it with the higher soul or the higher nature. And so your higher soul is starting to have greater influence over the lower form, right? So the manifestation of this, right? The manifestation of this is the ability to attract nature spirits, right? It's the ability to attract nature spirits, the ability to harness nature spirits to bring something into form, be it spiritual energy, spiritual projects, or just divinity in the form. Now, there are certain meditations where, you activate the heart, you activate the crown, and then they do the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. The ones that are from the pranic healing circles, the meditation on twin hearts, you do the heart, you do the crown, then you sit and you bless, stating the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Okay. What is St. Francis of Assisi known for? He's talking to the animals, and he's always surrounded by the animals. The teachings are in the imagery. He's surrounded by animals because the heart and the crown are mixed, right? So now let's go back to what we were talking about earlier today. Like sometimes when we need to get something done and we're developing our abilities, what did I say? Like sometimes healers approach, they'll say, what's a good way for me to build my business and get more experience? It was like, start with little successes, then swing big. Don't swing big right off the bat, right? So you swing for a little bit, you swing for a little bit, and then what you're doing as you're going back and forth, is you're creating a situation, you're creating an environment where you have the potential to thrive, right? You have the potential to thrive, right? If you just try doing something difficult right off the bat, you haven't established your situation, you try to thrive, it's really hard because there's no foundation. You're doing something difficult, and if you don't do well, then that's all that's on the books. Where if you've had a bunch of small things where you've treated a bunch of people for stress and a bunch of people for, you know, some small to medium health issues, and then you deal with a big one, even if it doesn't go well, meaning you just didn't produce the result that's desired, you still have this other track record, right? So you've created an environment for you to develop your abilities over a period of time, even with your successes and your failures, right? Even if you have some successes and a few failures, you're still growing and evolving, right? Now, if you only have difficulties, or worse yet, you don't have any clients, then how do you develop your abilities when you don't have clients, right? You don't really have the ability to develop because there's no experience, right? Okay, so a little bit interesting. Let's set that aside for a moment. Let's go back and talk about nature spirits. Let's go back and talk about the mixing of the heart and the crown, right? If there is no nature spirits present, how do you develop the ability to mix the heart and the crown and attract nature spirits from the environment to get something done? You're in a little bit of a predicament, right? So over a period of time, you keep trying to attract these things by either really strong emotions, by trying to stay positive with your emotions to attract the nature spirits, or you do a lot of repetitive thought. But if you're having a lot of difficulty with what you're doing, you keep presenting yourself to the world or you keep getting shut down. How do you keep the negative things from being repeated in your mind or feeling hopeless or uncomfortable emotionally and not attracting that from the environment, right? It's hard to stay positive when you don't have a lot of experiences or a lot of opportunities to produce the result, right? So now let's backtrack again. What does it mean to physicalize blessings? What does it mean? It means you are able to physicalize the blessings, and the blessing attracts the nature spirits for you to have the experience, to develop the heart, to develop the crown, start interacting with the nature spirits to produce a result. Even if it's just physicalizing light, even if it's just praying, doing healing, or having a relationship, whatever it is, if you're not attracting the nature spirits, it's hard to get something done, right? It's hard to have a foundation in the physical world. So going back to physicalizing the blessings, right? Physicalizing the blessings, you're creating the opportunity not only for you to thrive in the environment, you're creating the opportunity for greater development of the heart, of the crown, of the mixing, which then increases your ability to attract and increases your ability to communicate with the nature spirits to get something done. That is one of the definitions of physicalizing blessings. You know, one time, it was one of the last times I saw Master Cho, actually, one of my spiritual teachers. And, you know, he was giving me tasks and everything, and I had done well, but, you know, he let me have it for a little bit. And then he's like, yeah, but you could have done this, you could have done that, and you could have done a lot better. And I started thinking about it. I was like, I did kind of phone it in. After I started doing well, I kind of phoned it in a little bit, right? And so, you know, being around the teacher, I went, how about a blessing? And you know what he said? No, just like that. And I was like shocked. And he just stood there and he looked at me. He goes, no. He goes, why would I do that? And I was quiet. I was like, well, you just gave me some tasks to do, and physicalizing the blessing would help me get it done. He goes, you've been given a bunch of blessings. And he had me like kind of scan and feel. He goes, you haven't physicalized hardly any of them. So what's another one going to do if you can't physicalize? He goes, nothing. You're going to just bone it in again. I was like, that's brutal, because it's super honest. It's super brutal, and it was super honest. And so I was like, what does that even mean? Activation of the heart, activation of the crown, and then establishing the environment to bring it in. And so after that, I doubled down on physicalizing it. And as it did, the heart kept getting bigger, the crown kept getting bigger. There started to be greater mixing. It became easier and easier to produce results and overcome obstacles. So you go back and forth, but you're also creating your environment. You're also creating a place for you to be able to thrive. So the whole idea of this is how you present yourself to the world. Like that's one level, but even the use of like some anointing oil like this, it is you're creating a space and environment in ceremony for something to happen. It's not that like, oh, I have all these tools and they're all on the thing and I put them in a special order. That helps create the space, but still the blessings have to come in and they have to be physicalized. If there are no nature spirits involved, not a lot happens. There has to be nature spirits involved. Going back to King David, he burned this 24/7 in his tent. 24/7. They said there was never a moment where this incense was not burning. Wherever he went, that incense was burning. And it's to create the physical help to basically mix spirit and matter. When you have an idea and it's an inspiration and you're bringing it in and then you finally get it into form and act on it, that is literally the mixing of spirit and matter. So this process, this application that we're about to do helps this process.
And the one that burned all the time was
Aubrey melon. Yeah. Okay, so if you don't have Aubrey melon, you can use cinnamon. Let's see what people have, and if they don't have it, we'll come up with something. Not as well, but it would still work.
Because they wanted
It's cinnamon, cassia, calamus, and myrrh. It would work, not as well as the blend, but it would still have a bit of an impact. Okay, so let's have you pull out the oil and begin inhaling.
Which one?
You're getting Aubrey melon.
Yeah, so she just gave it to you guys, yeah.
Your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on your throat. Move your awareness down to the bottom of your throat, the throat minor. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The jaws, the jaw minors, where they hinge in front of the ears. The temples. The back head. And the forehead, where the hairline is. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let's begin again. Your awareness is on your throat. The bottom of your throat. Your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The jaws, where they hinge. The temples. The back head. And the forehead. Just be still, be aware. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on your brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Just let go. Give yourself a break for a moment. Begin inhaling again, still on your brain. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the brain. Just be still. Let's do it one more time. Inhale, your awareness is on the brain. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your forehead and back head at the same time. Your forehead and back head at the same time. Your front heart. Your awareness is on your front heart. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the forehead and back head at the same time. Your front heart. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Okay, this next piece involves the materialization breath. So basically, you're going to do this. You're going to hold the bottle up to your chest. Okay? Your head's going to go down. You're going to inhale. And then you're going to hold your breath. And then your head's going to move up. And then you're going to exhale. And you're holding your breath down, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale, right? So when you inhale and exhale, that's one breath, right? So inhale, exhale, that's one. Inhale, up, exhale, that's two. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, inhale, up, exhale. Down, inhale. Up, exhale. Down, inhale. Up, exhale. Do like 2 or 3 more just on your own, at your own pace. Inhale. Exhale. And then when you're done, just be still, keep your eyes closed, be still, be aware. Okay, bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 at your own pace. 8 or 9 breaths at your own pace. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed, just be still. One more time, bottle to the chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. Your awareness is on your spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. The low back area, opposite the navel, known as the Ming Men. And the crown. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Keep your eyes closed for a moment. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the spleen, left-hand side below your ribs. The low back area, the Ming Men, the backside of the navel. And the crown, the top of your head. Just be still, be aware, just let go. The temples. Your awareness is on your temples. Just let go. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the temples. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Pay attention to your thoughts, your mind, your emotions, your body. Think of some goal or some task, something you've been wanting to bring into your life, your world. Remember the thing we thought about before lunch? Think about it again. How does it feel? How does it seem? Okay. So that's self-esteem part 3. Presenting yourself to the world. The next one we're going to do in the series is going to be self-image. It'll be in a few months or so. Somebody asked if like next weekend is tied to this. It's tied to transmitting the emotional body, which is part of what we're doing with self-esteem, but it's tied to more of an alchemical process rather than we're just doing straightforward self-esteem here. So now, one of the ways to use the Abramelin in every day, you don't always have to do the protocol. You can diffuse it in a diffuser in an environment. Even if you don't have a diffuser, put a few drops on a tissue and just like lay it somewhere in the room and let it just diffuse into the room. You can burn incense in your house, or you know what we do at our house. This sounds funny, but this is very Native American and / Tibetan. Is we go outside and we put a couple sticks of Abramelin incense outside right by the door, and then we do a little blessing to the nature spirits. We do it every day. And if you want, scan the nature spirits at my house. They're the ones that can feel energy. So, and then the other thing, one that you wouldn't think of, burn either the incense or diffuse a little bit of oil by your stove. You know, part of the prosperity of the house is tied to the element associated with the stove. And so just do one of those things and you're pretty solid. But
Does it matter which incense? Does it matter?
no Abramelin, like do the Abramelin. Yeah. You can do rose, but I find the Abramelin is cheaper for one, and it's more associated with the nature spirits. You know, because cinnamon and cassia and all of that, they're very activating to the heart. They also are more about being like driven outward, right? And so the nature spirits really love that combination. I mean, that's why it's that old anointing formula. It's not even an anointing oil. They didn't actually used to like put it on like people's bodies or foreheads. They burned it in sacred places. Like they smudged the tabernacle. They had it in a tent where they're going to do ceremony, where they're going to do healing, where they're going to do meditation. It was burned in places about physicalizing the spiritual energy. But you could also use it for like your work, for a relationship, for getting things done, for prosperity, you know, whatever you're trying to bring in, it works.
And that was King David, right?
King David's the one that did it. Yeah. I mean, there's other people, but he's the one that you would recognize the most. I mean, the term Abramelin, I think it's actually it was a magician named Abramelin that used it. Yeah. But you guys wouldn't know that as a reference. And so, yeah, when I name things, I either try to make it as confusing as possible or really obscure when I name it. So, yes.
So I have a question
Yeah.
about backyard. So
Yeah.
there were some really bizarre negative things that happened in my backyard, which prior had been kind of like a nature preserve. Like I heard heaters and there were just birds everywhere. And then I started having crows coming, not to be crows, but there were some things they were doing at the bird bath even, that I took the bird bath up, cleansed it, and put it away. Then there were like angry birds that showed up and were like being bullies. and-
Yeah, burn the arborvitae in your back.
So just do that, or do I need to do other remedies?
So she's asking, she had some animals in her backyard going rogue, like birds and things like that, and they were just being angry and aggressive. And so, you know, I mean, it would be hard to predict, but I would say one of the issues that we're having is there's all kinds of things showing up in the yard that it's just like a happy place. Like we have muskrats in the yard now. We have an owl that's living in the tree. Like it's just, you know, we always had squirrels, but you know, we'd have deer from time to time, but now it's like, okay, now what do we do about the muskrats? What do we do about the, you know, because it's attracting a lot of animals. You know, if there's a lot of nature spirit activity, the tendency is the manifestation of nature spirits is the animal kingdom. And so you would tend to have more activity that way.
So no remedies, just go for.
I would just burn the arbormelon in there. Yeah.
Because all of that happened almost exactly the same time as the other thing.
Yeah, I would just do the arbormelon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Still burn some at the front door, but it sounds like you need to burn it in the back.
it's no
Yeah.
longer a happy place.
Yeah, I get
Can you
it.
do it at the office?
Yeah, you could burn it inside, but if it's a place, she's asking, can you burn it in the office? If you have a place by the front door or right outside the front door, burn it there, it would be best. That way you don't have to worry about, like, sometimes in the office, people are like, you know, I'm sensitive, I don't like this, I don't like that. It nips all of that and in the bud, and you can just, you know, still pull in, because it's also a little bit of a feng shui thing. You're pulling in that energy every time you come in the building. And so, yeah. Anybody else want to share or ask questions?
Yeah, go ahead,
Yeah.
Deborah, then someone.
Hey, Deborah.
Oh, you know what, let me make it here, and then give me one sec. All right. You should be up pretty well.
Hey.
Hey, great class. I'm still processing a lot, especially that last. That was just heavy, what you
Yeah.
explained. But I'm
Yeah,
also what
I
I'm.
mean, like I would suggest going through and listening to it again, just because it is, like you said, it is pretty heavy. And I would say even me explaining it over the years, even for myself, it's like I understand the information, but like you want to start getting it even deeper and deeper, like to where you get it to your bones. You know what I mean? Like at first it's an idea, and you know, I've known the idea for a while, but as time goes by, it keeps sinking in deeper and deeper, and you're like, wow, this is actually kind of a big deal. This is kind of an important thing. I mean, there's a reason why King David was doing it. Where before it was like this academic knowledge of it. You know what I mean?
So, what I'm trying to assimilate is
Mhm.
the work that we're doing with the Cenophone, and then this, and then manifestation. So it from what you said, it sounds like you really need the nature spirits to manifest, and
It helps. It helps.
it helps. It's not required, but because you need that action, and then I'm already burning the incense and doing the practice of the Cenophone.
Mhm.
And then, so do you need to wait in between burning the incense?
No,
And what, just let me finish one more thought is I'm
Sure.
trying to assimilate, like, there's so many processes now that are exciting that you've given us. And it's like, where do I go? What do I choose? Which one now? That's
well,
part of,
yeah,
yeah,
this is what I would say is it's not a coincidence that they all got presented kind of in similar timing, right? They
yeah.
overlap with each other quite substantially, and they're addressing different aspects and facets. So the thing with the Sandalphon practice is you're literally trying to purify like your form, but like your energy body, which is the energetic mold or blueprint that your physical body, emotional body, mental body like follow, right? And so then here we're coming in and we're doing specifics. Like yesterday we did the lower emotions, and then today we're talking about this, and then we're talking about attracting things into the environment, right? So one is you're wanting to attract, but like going back to the Sandalphon is you're also undoing all the negative things, or you're in the process of trying to undo all the negative things that you thought or felt over the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years, whatever. And so all these things linger. And so when you start attracting things, if you're doing it through a dirty aura, you're going to attract some good and you're going to attract some negative, right? So here you're going through, you're cleaning everything up so that you're sending out good impulses. And then here we're talking about like attracting the nature spirits and things from the environment, including people, right? And you're less likely to repeat an old pattern or have the the conditioning from the past still being dragged into the current situation by the combination of the two, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So if
that
you're
really
burning-
explains a lot.
Yeah, so if you're burning the abramelin, like Sandalphon, there's seven different things that we're doing, and each week we're practicing, and you're unwinding the layers. Like I would sit in the morning or in the evening, and you burn it and you let it unwind that layer, and then we're doing the practices, you unwind the layers. The abramelin, you don't have to practice the thing that we just did every day or even every week, but what you could do is burn some of the abramelin right outside the front door, or burn it like on the stove in the kitchen, or burn it in the house just at some point during the day, like just at some point. And so it doesn't always have to be like one on top of the other. For us, we get up, like when you guys are doing the Sandalphon, we're doing the same thing with you guys. Like we get up in the morning, we burn that stick, I sit and stare out the window and do the contemplation as I drink my coffee. I get up and I take a couple of sticks of abramelin, I go out to the front door, and we have this little pot that we got from Don. And it's like a little cauldron looking thing. And so it makes us feel very witchy. And so, we put it in there and we burn it, and I go and stick a couple sticks out there even throughout the day sometimes. And then, in the evening, I either will do a salt bath with the oil, or I'll sit and just inhale the oil for a little bit and then call it a day. And so the idea is to unwind this and integrate it where you're not having to sit down and go, oh, I have this hour practice, I have this hour and a half thing. It's like, I can do all of this in about 10 or 15 minutes. Like, burn this stick in the morning, drink my coffee, stare out the window. That takes more than 15 minutes because I like my morning time. And then, taking a salt bath at the end of the day would probably take one anyway. And so it just makes it a little bit easier, or use a little salt scrub or something, or I just take 5 minutes and I call it a good, so it's a way to have very quick things that you can do that is about producing a specific result for your normal everyday life and your normal everyday spiritual practice.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, good. I'm glad you're enjoying the Sandalphon thing, by the way.
That's life-changing.
Oh, they're not very much. We'd have to look it up. I don't know any of those things. Yeah. So, other question?
Go ahead, Sahajananda, then Christy.
Hey, Sahajananda.
Hi there. This might sound like a weird question, but would the abramelin work with getting rid of demons? I know that sounds weird, but it's really
No, it doesn't sound that weird. Like, are you talking like a haunted house, or like what are we talking about?
in the house,
But like, is it haunted, or there's
it's just demons
funky things?
hanging out in the closet or spaces. And I've been in a few places where, and my friends have also, where they feel that there's like that demon energy, And
Burn camphor in the rooms. Sage would also work, but camphor works a lot better. Burn camphor in the rooms and chant Om or Om Namah Shivaya.
Uh-huh.
Or you could do Om Mani Padme Hum. I usually end it with Om Mani Padme Hum. But Om Namah Shivaya, like Om raises the vibration. And so a lot of times it's just like what we're talking about here is sometimes there's things in a house that are left over, whatever it is, nature spirits, pranksters, ghosts, whatever. And it's just because the environment is conducive for what they are, right? And so you burn the camphor and you chant Om, it raises the vibration. All of a sudden, it doesn't feel so good for them anymore. And either they move to the light or they just leave, right? And so Om Namah Shivaya is a little bit, it's a very willful mantra, right? So if there's something there and really kind of stuck there, it kicks it out pretty good. Personally, part of this is tied to my practice though. So this might not work for everybody, but for me, I use one of the Dharma protectors, which would be for me Mahakala. Like I don't talk about Mahakala with you guys a lot, but that's part of my practice. And so with that, again, it's very, very purifying with the intention of bringing in light, And so any of that usually will work, right? If it's really bad, like if none of that really goes through and cleans it up, it usually means that something really horrible or nasty has happened there at least once, if not over a period of time. At that point, I would say you need to bring in somebody who has the skill set, because a lot of times what that is a lot of times what a ghost is just like leftover kind of emotional energy, or the emotional body hasn't went to the light, right? And then there's another version of it where your physical body dies, and over a period of time the soul sheds the emotional body, right? But then what happens is a nature spirit who's a bit of a prankster comes in and slips on the emotional body of whoever just passed, or whoever shed that emotional body, and it has a little bit of access to that information, and it needs to sustain itself. It needs emotional energy from other people. So the scaring, it's to agitate people's emotions so that it can thrive a little bit, because after a while that emotional body, that's going to go away too. So even that, chanting ohms, burning camphor, all of that usually works. You can also invoke a holy name, like if you're Christian, in the name of Christ, it can compel you to take your true form, or to leave this premises, or if you're a Hindu, Shiva or Vishnu should work. Whatever you feel an affiliation for, but don't be super emotional about it. Be real matter of fact. Like, don't give them the emotion to feed upon. Like if you watch the ghost shows, don't do what they do. Like learn all the bad habits that they're doing, and then don't do them. Like you just, you can sprinkle holy water on it, or chant Om or something. Like Om and camphor will go a long way. I mean, other incenses work too, but camphor is traditionally used to clear space of things like that, right? They used to burn big hunks of camphor, and in certain Hindu traditions, they still do that, right?
Yeah.
And so there's that. And then sometimes there's just, how there's that video where people go crazy at the beach or something on vacation time. They should make a video of nature spirits gone wild, because sometimes they just, people might be being really super disrespectful to the land in a particular area where there's a lot of activity. Like in the city, you don't see it too much, but you get out into the country and people are, I don't know, just being real super disrespectful to the land. Nature spirits can get a little agitated by that.
Hmm.
Then you have another potential. And this is not very common, but it does happen. But when there is serious acts of violence or homicide, it attracts a certain kind of energy and can lock it into that particular area. And occasionally it will latch onto a person, you know, but it's usually the person who watched the event or was there shortly after. If it's been like a few days or a week, it just doesn't feel good there, and it's always chaotic, right? That starts to be a need, the need for somebody professional to come in and handle that, because not everything is chased away by spiritual energy and light. There are certain things that actually feed on it and actually get worse. And so that's why, like when in the Catholic Church, when they do exorcism, a person has to be trained. Is it's not just coming in and praying over somebody. You kind of have to know how to handle yourself and what to look for and things to do and things not to do in those particular cases. Again, it's rare, but it does happen. But I would say bring in somebody who has those kind of chops. Luckily, you know somebody like that.
Okay,
You know, I don't even need to be present. I can do it from a distance.
okay. Thank you. Thank you.
So if something doesn't clean up, just let me know and we'll clean house.
Great. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Christy.
Hey, Christy.
Hi there. So thank you for a fantastic weekend and all the counseling.
Yeah, hey, how do you feel, by the way?
You know what? I feel like I've processed very well. Like there's still layers, there's still, you know, other things around just, you know, that pattern. But as far as that specific issue, it feels a lot less reactive and more just acceptance of what is. And I like myself more.
Good.
How's
Perfect.
that?
Perfect.
But I'm having a feeling that there might be a run on Aubermelon incense. So, so what could I use in the meantime? Obviously,
Like you can diffuse like cinnamon or cassia by itself, or the Aubermelon oil. You can put it on the tissue, something like that. Yeah.
okay, but if I wanted to,
there's not really a great like everything that I would say potentially could be a replacement for that is crazy expensive. And so this is a very inexpensive way to do it, and it works as good as the expensive stuff. So
okay, because I have like prosperity and some other, you know, your other instances. I didn't know if that would do anything at all.
They do something slightly different. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, prosperity still does things with the nature spirits, but it's a little bit different.
Okay. Would rose do anything?
Rose would be in the same vein. Yeah.
As Aubermelon.
It's a little bit different, but it's in the same vein. Aubermelon is actually stronger, but like if something was a little wonky, like say, for example, you did a lot of rearranging in your yard or in and around the house, rose would be nice because it would be very stabilizing to the nature spirits, and like it would calm and soothe the things that that's already there and keep some like happy campers, so to speak.
Well, that's definitely been lots of rearranging in our property. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
Same place for the rose?
Yeah, same places. Yeah.
I'm just going backwards. Oh, so there's some new students here and
Yeah, sure,
they're
sure.
not used to me writing in B choices, C choices. Can you explain what that is?
Oh, so a lot of times when we put something in the booklet, it's like the A choice, right? It's going to produce the best results. Like a B choice it'll produce the results, but it's not as efficient or effective as the A choices that are in the booklet. And then C, it's like, it kind of produces the result, but It's because you don't have anything else, anything else that works. And then, as you go further down the line, it gets further and further away from producing the salt. So the result. So A is always what we kind of shoot for, but not every time you have it. So we try to also give you like B choices and C choices, but we want to be clear that the choices aren't always equal. So that's why we kind of grade them as A, B, and C. Yeah, hope you guys enjoyed it. Yeah.
Earlier, Greg was speaking about the 4 directions and stated west was about observation, east was about reflection, south was about letting go. He never mentioned north.
Yeah, it's taking action. It's applying yourself, putting yourself out there, taking action. Yeah.
After that last process, I'm getting chills throughout my body now and feeling the energies of nature spirits being very happy around here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very nice. Hey, take care. Take care. Take care. Tell Randy hi.
Can we burn in the front and back?
Yeah.
Because I have a very large yard. full of
Okay,
everything.
that's what I was just gonna say, is like, if you're just trying to attract them, the front is good, but if you have a really big backyard, sometimes burning it in the back might also be helpful. But for the most time, just burning it kind of close to the front door is pretty solid, or the stove. But if you have a big backyard and you're wanting to do it in the backyard as well.
Again, for that last process, can this application stand alone?
Yeah.
Can I do it every day?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's just the last application.
Yes.
All those are the-
How
The
many
materialization,
packets of,
but-
oh, great. This is hilarious. How many packets of incense do we need to burn 24/7?
Oh, I don't know, but I think at home we probably go through like ourselves. We're not burning it 24/7, but we're burning probably a package a week. Yeah.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Hi, I'm very taken with this idea about burning it outside the door and burning it on the stove. However, I'm wondering, am I going to be attracting mice?
No, it shouldn't. We haven't had, although I say that as we had muskrats running through our yard. I don't think so. Like the activity it hasn't like been impacting the house. It's just like a lot of activity outside. And
Okay,
so,
all right,
you know,
I can deal with that. All right.
even the muskrat, the thing with the muskrat is like they dig really super big holes, and like, they start getting under our shed or something like that, it can, make the
Yeah.
shed a little bit wonky. And so, we kind of just shushed them away because we didn't want big holes in the yard.
Right. Well, we have woodchucks that are
Yeah.
somewhat of an issue.
Same idea, yeah.
So
But see, what also came was owls. We have a big old horned owl in our tree now. So the muskrats seem to disappear after that. Like
oh yeah,
I don't think they got eaten, but they definitely saw that maybe across the street was probably a little
The
better.
squirrel count also went down.
that's
Yeah.
great. That's great. Okay, thank you. Amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
What about aubermelon spray? When and how to use it?
You would spray it like on your altar or on a space or in the ground in and around you. You probably saw me like spraying a little bit, and then I was joking with Samantha. I was like, "Hey, check out the nature spirits around me." It's just like a quick thing to do. We use it a lot when we travel. Like, we'll still kind of spray it in the hotel room or the room that we're doing the classes in. You could also just spray it in an area of your house that, like, say, you're doing the stove and the incense. You could also just spray it in, like you have a room where you do healing or you do your meditation, you can burn the incense or you could spray it. It's kind of like a good alternative to when you can't burn the incense, because like in a hotel room, you can't burn incense anymore. They'll get a little worked up about it. So you just go around and you spray.
Greg is actually talking about spraying the melon.
Yeah, melon spray. Yeah, my apologies. Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah. In reference to camphor, if we diffuse the essential oil or.
Yeah, similar idea. Yeah. Yeah, I would refrain, like, because I used to get big crystals of camphor and light them on fire. Careful with that. The flames get very big. And it gets really like that black smoke that like will stay in the ceiling. And so the incense works really well, or diffusing the oil. Like if you just use raw camphor, it's a little tricky. Like the best way to do that is you put it on like one of those charcoal discs, burn the disc and then put the charcoal on that. Don't just light the camphor. Don't pull a Greg. A guy lit it up and a big flame there.
We cleared a lot of spirits that day.
Right. Yeah.
Does melon impact a particular part of the brain?
Cinnamon and cassia are both super good for the whole brain. It strengthens the whole brain. It's I don't use it for brain fatigue, but I usually use sage for that, and then follow it eventually with like basil and things. But it is very strengthening and fortifying to the brain itself. Yeah.
I'm feeling a quiet body, mind, and spirit. Thank
Oh,
you very
nice.
much.
Very good.
I have been experiencing quite a bit of coughing this weekend. I must be expelling stuff.
Definitely from yesterday. Yesterday was a lot of like potential for your throat to be kicking some stuff out. Today might be just a carryover from yesterday. Today shouldn't have been too bad. I say that as I start to cough.
And they were also making reference to the melon about the brain part, because I felt the area between my right temple and above my right ear get really active.
Yeah, cinnamon is stimulating. So, it's kind of weird. It's stimulating and relaxing both at the same time. Peppermint can be that way. It can be stimulating and relaxing at the same time.
Go ahead, Sahajananda.
Hi again. I had this question yesterday and I don't think I got an answer, so I'll just ask it.
Yeah, fair away.
Yes, when you were working with Christy yesterday and all of us, and you were having us focus on our heart, putting it into our heart, I think that's what it was. I don't.
Yeah, sure. Is
there an oil that you would work with that, or did you just?
Oh, great question. So it would depend. If you're just trying to release a trauma, you could go like helichrysum or poplar. But if you're really trying to get something in, actually melon works. The one we were just using, hyssop can be very good. Ginger lily can be really good. Like the kind of the fancy precious oils, most of those will be good. I like to use either tuberose or aloes. Like I'll use those. But one that's a little bit of a sleeper that you wouldn't think about, and it works really good for integrating things into the heart, is pine, like just good old fashioned pine. And there is a type of pine called jack pine, and then there's another one called do we call it ocean pine or sea pine? I think it's called ocean pine. They're really good for getting things into the heart. Your normal pine, Sylvester pine, even the dwarf pine will also work. Red pine would also work, but the jack pine and the ocean pine, probably about 20-25% greater about helping something integrate into the heart. So the pine doesn't really help to transmute, but it helps to get it in, right? Where some of those other ones, they're good at getting it in and getting it to transmute. So it depends on the issue. Like I would say the helichrysum and the poplar are better at transmuting than they are at getting it in. Where the hyssop and the arbormelon and the aloes and the tuberose, they're kind of good at both, right? And then just getting it in the heart, pines. And there's actually even a few references in the Old Testament and some of the Jewish writings where Solomon is making reference to using pine or to be like the pine, and it's about like getting something in the heart. Yeah.
Great, thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah,
One of my
so-
favorite oils, wonderful.
Yeah, and it's inexpensive. And so like, this is the thing that I also find interesting is like, there is like certain like kind of conditions, like sometimes it's not like sometimes people will have chest pain. It's like the chest is fine, but like the actual heart muscle will get like a little achy. Like, and it can happen with like a lot of exercise or a lot of stress or, you know, some respiratory dysfunction over a period of time. And basically like the heart is having to process things like lactic acid and things, just like if you were to exercise and run a whole bunch, your legs afterwards would be sore. Your heart muscle can get sore after that, right? And so pine applied to the chest actually changes the pH of the heart and takes any sort of achiness out of the physical heart, takes it out almost immediately. Like, I mean, it's like that. And so I find that it's interesting that it's about integrating something into the heart and literally take some of that achiness out of the physical heart. You know, there's usually like a little bit of a energetic correspondence there. And so, yeah, pine's really good for that.
Great, thank you.
Do you think he called it sea pine? Because
Oh, it's ocean bite. I think it's,
Yeah, it should be ocean.
I got one, bought one online and it came sea pine.
oh, it's the same thing.
Then
Yeah.
I thought it-
Yeah. We might have changed the name on it or something. Yeah.
I figured it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of
Yeah.
the water pines and
Yeah.
either sea or ocean, guys.
Yeah.
So.
I have a really big backyard.
Mhm.
And it has been flat taken over by all things that are green.
Mhm.
And I've got to beat it back with a city law. I mean, I have to do hours and hours and literally hours of chopping down stuff.
Mhm.
Bamboo and vines and little trees and yada, yada.
Mhm.
Is there anything that I should like say, sorry, nature spirits, that I gotta have, I mean, basically I had to clear cut. And I'm wondering.
Oh, you could burn the arbormelon, but for something like that, like rose is good for that. But one of the things that you could do that could be like a little bit inexpensive is, you know, because if you're going to be doing it for a while and you got a big backyard, is this is going to sound weird, but this is very indigenous. Is you take your food scraps, right, and you sit and radiate love through the food scraps. And then you go stick it on a low place in the ground in the backyard and offer it up as an offering. And they don't eat the food, but they basically absorb the love from what's been infused in the food scraps. And then over a period of time, then either bury them or put them in the compost or something like that.
I know, I already do that already.
Yeah.
Mostly I think of it towards the animals, but I mean.
No, it's for the nature spirits too.
Okay, well, that's very good. I haven't officially said here, guys, this is for you, but I certainly
Yeah.
will.
Like when there was this one case where they were just doing like a lot of clear cutting and then they were burning down some areas, but they were using like kerosene and gasoline to like set the fires, and all of a sudden they just started having all this like wackiness. And these were like hardcore cowboy guys. So like if I come in and go, oh, bless the divas, they're like, yeah, get out of here, weirdo. Like, you know, they were not having any of it, but they could tell something was going on. And so I'm like, even if I tell them to burn incense, they're probably not going to do that. Like I sat and I really thought, like, what do I do? And I just like, I'm going to go old school. This is like what they do on the reservation. So I just took like what was left over from lunch. I consecrated it and blessed it. And I went and offered it out. And I said, every day, think like happy thoughts, hold the food and put it out there. And they said within a couple of days, it all stopped. And I mean, it was like our horses were going wild, like it was, horses were like trying to break the gate open. I mean, it was just like a bunch of weird stuff. And, I can't even remember how they ended up talking to somebody like me, because we are from different tribes, like they,
Does it have, I mean, if it's a little too old for a human to eat?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's just a vessel for the love to be.
Right.
for them.
I got-
Do you think about it when you go into a temple, like especially like Hindu or some of the Buddhist temples, even some of the Christian, you go, you pick a flower or you take a piece of fruit, you think some loving thoughts, and then you go offer it up to the statue. You're radiating love to the deity.
Okay, because it breaks my heart, because I love that wildlife, but I'm apparently the only guy who does. So I've got to,
Yeah.
others involved.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lots of thank yous about the class. Thank you guys for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for a great weekend. I love these self-esteem classes. I love all the classes, but they're kind of fun.
Would you do the same thing if it's ivy? Like I've got like maybe 15 different types of ivy in the backyard that is just.
I mean, you could just wait and see. And if you're burning the Abramelon, it's probably fine. But if you're having to do a bunch of changes, like, with like what Chrissy was saying, they're doing a bunch of changes in the yard, it's probably fine, but still you want to calm them down a little bit. You want just like everybody to know it's all good, it's chill. There's a lot of love here. Like we're not tearing down the yard, we're just rearranging it. Right?
One more question, I'm not, in other words, all this stuff came back so fast, it's like just been shocking to me.
Mhm.
This won't speed up the coming back.
No.
Okay, good. Anything that will slow that down, the coming back?
Not from my room. Yeah.
Kerosene is not an option. I'm telling you. And
All right, guys, you guys, I will get your guys' link out to you hopefully tomorrow, but we are traveling, so it might not be till Tuesday. And when I say link, I mean the recordings and another workbook PDF, so you guys can have that. And hope to see you guys next week. And we're doing Tuesday and
Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're on like normal. Even though we're traveling, we're still doing our normal Tuesday and Wednesday. So we're doing for the ones doing the send-a-thon technique, we're doing a little extension because we didn't do the Wednesday night. So we're still going to work chocolate root cleanser this week so that we can have our Wednesday session before we move on to the next one.
besides food scrubs.
And who doesn't love a little chocolate root cleanser? Crazy people. Yeah.
All right, besides food scrubs, what can we do to bless?
I mean, you can just sit and bless them, but there's something about like having something physical. It just like it lowers the vibration, because the issue is that sometimes even as you're sitting and blessing, sometimes the vibration of the energy is too high, and so putting it into something physical helps to lower the vibration and then stick it out there. Yeah.